The official State of the Union coverage 2024 begins now on the MeidasTouch Network. I'm Ben Meiselas, joined by Brett and Jordy Meiselas. For all those watching the MeidasTouch podcast, welcome to our official pre-coverage of the State of the Union. We will have the second gentleman, Douglas Mhof, joining us shortly. We will also have Anita, Dunn, senior advisor to President Biden and the White House, joining us shortly as well. An action-packed night, folks. And Brett, you are in Washington, D.C. You've had the opportunity to speak to administration officials. What do you expect? And for those folks watching the MeidasTouch podcast, we were just joking. Brett didn't just go so he could stay in a hotel room in Washington, D.C. He spent the day learning what was going to be discussed at the State of the Union when we're only 90 minutes away. Brett, take it away.
You know, one of the things about being in a hotel here in Washington, D.C. is that you don't really have very good Wi-Fi. So first I want to confirm that my connection is okay. Brothers, can you hear me? Jordy, give me a thumbs up.
Sound great, big bro.
Fantastic. Well, you know us, Midas Mighty. When we have questions here at the MeidasTouch Network, what do we like to do? We like to go to the source and ask the tough questions. So I reached out to the White House and I wanted to ask them directly, what are your plans for the State of the Union? What can we expect here? And they invited me to come to the White House and ask them directly. And it was an honor to go. I hopped on a plane over to Washington, D.C., which is actually why I'm currently wearing a suit and I'm in a hotel room in Washington. I don't just like to watch events on TV from down the block from where they take place, although that sounds like a fun idea in the future. And I'm sure maybe I could start a trend with that. But I was lucky enough to have an opportunity to sit down with key officials in the administration and discuss what we can expect on this absolutely historic night, perhaps the most important night of the Biden presidency. And from what I'm hearing from administration officials, we're going to hear a lot about the progress that has been made in these past few years. So we have to remember at this point just how things were in 2020. And we're on a bit of a somber anniversary, to be honest, here, as we're now in March 2024. I believe next week is going to be the week that we all remember when the country shut down under the Trump administration, after Trump let COVID run rampant, after he claimed like a miracle COVID would go away, that there was 15 cases and they would magically go down to zero. And we all remember day in and day out that disastrous year in 2020. I think we're going to hear a lot about this idea of the great American comeback story. That's what I'm hearing. And I think President Biden is going to weave this narrative of the comeback story for the United States of America, making a clear contrast as well on all the various issues that are concerning us both at home and abroad. So I would expect to hear a lot of contrast on J 6th, right? The treatment of the Capitol Police that day, the idea that a political party would try to orchestrate a coup to overthrow the United States government. I think we're going to see a lot about freedom for reproductive rights, freedom for voting rights. And, to contrast with the darkness that we are seeing from Donald Trump and from Republicans, all they want to do is they want to pull you down. It's just day after day, them trying to grind you down and make you upset. To the contrary, today I expect to hear a more optimistic speech, a speech that really speaks to fundamental American values about possibility, the optimism of the American spirit. That is the kind of message that we can expect to see tonight. And of course, one of the top priorities of the administration is going to be echoed tonight from what I hear, and that is the defense of democracy, both at home and abroad. We are approaching the 75th anniversary of NATO. Of course, Sweden just had its ascension to NATO literally today. That was major news that shows you that when Vladimir Putin attacked Ukraine, invaded Ukraine. He underestimated the spirit of the democratic world and only ended up making NATO stronger. And that idea of our commitment to the world, our commitment to the NATO alliance, obviously an incredibly important contrast when we hear the kind of things Donald Trump is saying, how he wants to take America out of NATO and essentially be allies with Russia. And then I know we're also going to hear a lot about the many accomplishments of the Biden administration, from lower prescription drug prices to this is a pretty crazy stat. Over 400 bipartisan bills passed by the administration, from the PACT Act to gun safety legislation, the Infrastructure Act, CHIPS Act, all the work done to get rid of lead pipes around the country, all the work done on gun violence, and also, of course, the idea that there is much more to do. So, that right there, I think, is what we're going to see tonight. It was great to hear it firsthand from the source, and I'm looking forward to this speech. I think President Biden shines in these moments. He owns these moments. And I think we all remember that moment from last year when the Republicans tried to throw him off, right? They have talked themselves into this caricature of President Biden. So last year they were screaming and they were hollering things at them. And what did President Biden do in that moment? We all remember that famous moment where President Biden turned the tables in real time on the Republicans and got them to agree live on the air in front of the biggest audience imaginable, get them to agree to keep Social Security and Medicare off the table on their negotiations as they sought to cut those programs for Americans. I mean, just a master negotiation happening in real time in front of the American people in that impromptu moment. And I'm sure that we could expect more of that type of chaos, more of that type of juvenile behavior that, to be frank, this country is sick of, right? The country is sick of these sorts of attacks from the right. People just want normalcy, right? I think no matter what political party that you're in, or if you're not, don't consider yourself part of a political party, if you consider yourself an independent, I think what Americans want is normalcy. I think what Americans want is an end to this MAGA madness. And I think we're going to see this incredible contrast tonight with the rhetoric coming from President Biden up there compared to what we've been hearing from Donald Trump and his acolytes, I'll say kindly, in the Republican Party. Ben.
Look, the seeds of democracy need to be defended. The seeds of democracy need to be protected, and we can't take that for granted. And by the way, speaking of planting the seeds of democracy, I want to note that this stream tonight is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Get ready for spring, y'all. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on select plants and get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. That's fastgrowingtrees.com and use that code Meidas to get that additional 15% off. Brett, earlier in the day, I had the opportunity to speak to White House senior advisor Anita Dunn, and I asked her what we should expect this evening. I want to play that interview right now. Let's bring that in. We are joined by Anita Dunn, senior advisor to the White House. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you for having me back. It's always great to be on this show.
All right, so we're moments away from the State of the Union. What can we expect this evening?
I think people who watch the State of the Union this evening are going to see President Biden present the country with a very clear vision of where he believes we can go united as Americans together in the future, and a very sharp contrast between this vision of his, of moving this country forward, of restoring the freedoms that people have had taken away from them, particularly women, in terms of their reproductive health, strengthening our democracy, really building an economy that puts the middle class and working class people in this country ahead of the wealthiest. And that is something we haven't seen for a very long time here. That vision of his versus the Republican vision of wanting to take this country back, to take rights away from people, to attack our democracy and our democratic institutions, and to continue the decades-long effort to make sure that the wealthiest and most powerful people in this country do the best. So it's a very stark difference that he's going to lay out. And he is also going to talk to people about how good America can be when we really do work together and when we all work to move forward together.
No, he's going to be in a room with Republicans, many who identify as MAGA Republicans, who very transparently have talked about how they want to undermine bipartisan policies to cause pain and chaos within our country because they think that's a winning issue for the person giving them the order. So you think it's going to be difficult to appeal to bipartisanship when you have that dynamic, and how do you navigate that?
You know, the president has never shied away from taking on the MAGA wing of the Republican Congress when they're up there heckling him, which we fully anticipate they will do, when they're up there yelling at him. But he is never going to give up on the idea that you can bring people together to work together for the common good. I think you'll hear him talk about the bipartisan border bill to, better security at the border, plus starting to address some of the long-standing problems in our immigration system to make it work better for immigrants, negotiated in a bipartisan way. And then, of course, the former president and Republicans decided that they couldn't allow a win for America because it might hurt them politically. So he'll talk about that tonight, and he'll talk about how people need to go ahead, put their politics aside occasionally, as he proved you could do in the first 2 years of this administration. People forget, but a lot of those big accomplishments that Joe Biden has, whether it's the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, the PACT Act that helps veterans who have cancer, those were bipartisan. And Joe Biden likes to say he's an optimist. He's never going to give up on the idea that people will put country ahead of politics just occasionally.
We're talking about domestic policy there with the bipartisan border deal. Also on the international front, you have the MAGAs in the House of Representatives also undermining things that we would traditionally and typically be doing, like supporting our allies abroad and holding that up. And we've seen real devastating implications as the failure to fund Ukraine or provide funding to Ukraine has led to Avdiivka falling in Russia. You expect President Biden to address that and these kind of existential threats abroad and the seeming nature of MAGA Republicans just doing nothing in the face of threats that America had always traditionally confronted.
Yeah, he's going to go right at that, right at the beginning of the speech, to talk about where this country is, the existential threats to democracy, but also to freedoms, how this country is at its best when it is standing up for democracy and for freedom internationally and also here at home. And the responsibility that this Congress has at this time to, pass the national security bill that the Senate's already passed in a bipartisan way, that the Speaker refuses to even let them consider in the House, and the responsibility that we have as a nation to stand up for freedom and for democracy with our allies. Today is a good day for Sweden. It's a good day for NATO. Sweden becomes the 19th country to join NATO today. And this is something the president will call out. It is the most effective alliance in the history of the world. And that is the kind of thing that differentiates the president from his predecessor, as we like to say, but also from so many Republicans these days, is the idea that you build alliances, that you work together, that you are effective, and that you stand up for the traditional values of this country, including freedom.
That language we hear from his predecessor, that I want to be a dictator, or bragging about taking away, Roe v. Wade, bragging about his relationship with Putin and President Xi and his relationship with Kim Jong-un. It really kind of places this State of the Union in a very different, historical context than prior ones, where the threat of democracy is quite literally looming over us. And how does he confront that threat in a way that is, that really kind of penetrates to the American people. So it's not philosophical, but it's clear that this is something staring us down right now.
You know, you've heard the president speak since he started running for the presidency in 2019 about the soul of this nation and the battle for the soul of the nation that is never over. It's never won, but that we can continue, that we fight it and we have our victories, and that he will put the fight about democracy squarely in the center of why he ran to begin with and why he's running again, and what he feels as president is one of his greatest duties, which is to protect democracy, which makes so many things possible. And he'll talk a little about the progress that he's seen in this country during his lifetime because of democracy, because of this idea that people are created equal, that people get a right to participate. He'll talk about the threats to democracy, not just in terms of political violence, but also the threat to voting. And he'll make a strong argument that these shouldn't be partisan or political issues, that voting, that protecting our democracy, that standing up for the Constitution are things all Americans should do as a matter and just as a fact of them being Americans.
Any guests or noteworthy people in the audience that you can either tell us who they will be or at a general level describe what types of people are going to be there? Usually at the State of the Unions, there are certain guests that are brought in or invited by an administration, and the import of those guests, if you can share.
So the First Lady's office released the guests in the box this morning. One that I'm particularly just extraordinarily touched by is one of the original marchers from the March on Selma. Today's the 59th anniversary of those American patriots marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama for the right to vote. And so we have one of the original marchers who's going to be in the box tonight. We have a woman from Texas who had to leave her state in order to get an abortion when her pregnancy was diagnosed as one where if she had carried the baby to term, not only would the baby die, but her health and her potential child bearing in the future would have been at risk. We have somebody who lives in Alabama who started a family, wanted to have another child, and had her IVF treatment scheduled canceled 2 weeks ago because of the Alabama Supreme Court and because of the aftermath of Roe v. Wade having been struck down by this Supreme Court. And as you point out, the president's predecessor who brags about having done away with Roe v. Wade. So there will be people in that box tonight, and there will be people in that box tonight who are the living, walking embodiments of what's at stake for this country in terms of which path it chooses and what the president's laying out. So,
you know, there was a very basic question asked earlier this morning on CBS to Speaker of the House, Speaker Johnson, and he was asked, do you see standard IVF practices as murder? And Speaker Johnson was unable to answer that question. His response was, it's something that we've got to grapple with. That was his response this morning. What's your response to that?
My response to that is, Speaker Johnson, welcome to the 21st century. This is an important treatment that allows so many people to start families, to have children, to have their dreams come true, to have their families be complete. This is critical. And the fact that so many members of your Republican caucus in the House of Representatives have signed on to legislation that would end this practice is yet another reason why the American people need to figure out which path that they want to take. But the path that President Biden is offering is one that brings this country forward. It's one that allows people to make these choices for themselves, not have government make the choices for them, and makes us all, I think, a better, stronger society. So Speaker Johnson, talk to some people who've had IVF. It actually is about building families.
Anita Dunn, I want to thank you so much for joining us, Senior Advisor to the White House. I know it's a very busy day for you. We appreciate you joining us for our coverage.
Well, thank you for having me on today, and good luck.
Thank you so much. I want to thank Anita Dunn, Senior Advisor to the White House, for joining us and giving us that preview of what we can expect tonight's State of the Union. We're about 10 minutes away from being joined by the second gentleman of the United States, Douglas Mhof. I'm excited about that interview, and I want to share with you some of the interviews we did earlier in the day on the MeidasTouch podcast. Before doing that, I do want to give a special shout out to our sponsor of this live stream. This stream tonight is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Get ready for spring, everyone. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on select plants and get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. That's fastgrowingtrees.com. Get that additional 15% off when using the code Meidas. Brett, when I went to your house, I saw that lemon tree. I had to get one myself.
Not any lemon tree too. It's a Meyer lemon tree. And not only that, so my gardener also said that he had multiple people plant various kinds of lemon trees this year. He said ours was the only one in the entire neighborhood that grew in and looked as great as it was. And I go there every day. It's the best. I make hot water in the morning. I take a lemon, Meyer lemon, some hot honey lemon water with the fresh lemon, Meyer lemon, from my fast growing trees. It's the best.
Make sure you check it out. I want to show some of the interviews we did earlier in the day as well. These clips are already going mega viral, and we just launched those interviews, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. The first one I want to share with you is our interview with DNC Chair Jamie Harrison from moments ago, where, well, I'll just let him say it. Let's play this clip if we got it. Play the clip.
You think paying for President Trump's legal bills is something that is of interest to Republican voters?
Absolutely. That's why you've seen a GoFundMe get started. That's why people are furious right now, and they see the attacks against him. They feel like it's an attack not just on Donald Trump, but on this country.
Your response.
I don't know if you all know, I am the #1 supporter of Lara Trump. I never thought I could find somebody who I wanted to be the RNC chair more than Ronnie McDaniel, but I now have found that in Lara Trump. I want her to spend every single penny they get into Donald Trump's legal fees. Go, Lara, go. You are so fantastic. Your vision is so great. Spend it all on his legal fees. Just spend it all. And in the meantime, I'll spend all the money that we have on building the infrastructure, continue to have the biggest voter protection program that we've ever had, making sure that our state parties are funded so that they can get the message out on how Democrats have delivered. I'll do the things that a party should be doing instead of spending money on legal fees or books or whatever.
And just like that, a rare moment of bipartisanship here on the MeidasTouch podcast, with Chair Jamie Harrison and Lara Trump agreeing to the same mission, that Lara Trump should spend all the RNC money, every single penny, as Lara Trump says, on Donald Trump. I love to see that sort of bipartisanship here, Chairman Harrison, on the show.
We're really bridging the divides here, Brett. I think it's so important that Lara Trump becomes the RNC chair. It's a brilliant idea. I think it's important that she spends all of these funds on Trump's legal fees. Earlier today, you had federal Judge Lewis Kaplan deny Donald Trump's request to stay the enforcement of the judgment, because it doesn't seem like Trump could even come up with the $83.3 million, yet alone the $464 million like his lawyer claimed he did. But yes, Lara Trump, take all that RNC money, give it to Donald Trump. It's not like he has a history of bankrupting literally every company almost he's ever touched. So
I'm confused. There must be something wrong here, though, because I thought he was a billionaire. What's going on?
That's a good point. Man, I thought he was a billionaire. What?
Can't do 80 million.
I want to
bucks.
be a billionaire, so he's singing.
Big money, big prizes. I love it.
Let me show everybody our interview with Anthony Scaramucci. Here's what he had to say about MAGA Mike Johnson. Let's play this clip. What do you make of MAGA Mike Johnson, who has replaced him?
I mean, no, he's like a ridiculous guy. It's like if Joel Osteen had a baby with Jim Jordan, it would be Mike Johnson. I mean, come on. I mean, this guy's like an absolute ridiculous guy. And the thing about Mike Johnson, he's just trying to figure out how many Scaramucci's he's going to last, right? Because Scaramucci's are 11-day time units. McCarthy lasted 24.5 Scaramucci's. Johnson knows that the clock is ticking on him. He'll never be able to stay in that position.
Oh, I love that. And I miss Mooch. We hadn't had him on in quite some time. Everybody should check out the full interview with Scaramucci.
Mooch.
Yeah,
I think
and
Mooch
how
was
did
like
he-
an OG guest, like first on the MeidasTouch podcast.
Yeah, and he had he was one of the first to take it to Kevin McCarthy as well, which was always one of the funniest things. Scaramucci's takedowns of McCarthy. It must be kind of cool to have your own unit of time, right? A Scaramucci, and I like that he keeps track of how many Scaramucci's other people last in their job.
I love that he's fully embraced
lean into it.
Scaramucci. I love, by the way, that's the best strategy too, especially growing up with you two guys. Like you just got to lean into it. Lean into that.
Lean in.
It's the exact opposite of the Trump strategy. When Trump says something wrong, he's like, I interpose and I interject. I do it on purpose. I interpose.
Be like, what do you mean? I was actually in that job for 12 years. I don't know what you're talking about. 12 years.
I meant to call Nancy Pelosi Nikki Haley. That's what I was being sarcastic. That was how I interpose and how I interject. By the way, have you heard the song I did with the J6 insurrectionist? The Spirit. They've got tricky Nikki. You know, you watch these things. I'm for real. You know, the contrast between like Donald tricky Nikki, and then you watch like President Biden talk about policy and talk about actual issues. I think that's one of the contrasts we will be seeing this evening. I want to show this as well. We interviewed Congressmember Eric Swalwell earlier today. I want to play a portion of that interview right now. Play the clip. What's your reaction to that?
Donald Trump brags that he killed the border bill. You know what also is dead that Donald Trump killed? The Republican Party. And so in the hearing yesterday, you know, I was done with the bullshit where I was told that, you know, their objection on the Republican side was some sort of policy objection. It's not a policy objection. It's everything that they've ever asked for on a border security deal, except Donald Trump, a little light went on in his little head that if Democrats and Republicans work together to take on, you know, issues at the border, then he can't run on that. And again, we know Donald Trump is running because of Donald Trump. He sees this as an election that will make his criminal cases go away, and he is not held accountable. And so he needs the border issue. He doesn't need a border solution. And I think we need to keep reminding the public that we are in the solutions business, and they are in the Trump business. And the Trump business only brings chaos to the country and personal benefits to Donald Trump.
Such a great interview. And by the way, so I live in Los Angeles and it is just absolutely pouring. There's thunder. I've got my dogs running around scared of the thunder. And we are moments away from bringing in the second gentleman of the United States, Douglas Mhof. So if you happen to hear my dogs Taquito or Chaquito start to bark during my interview with the second gentleman, let me just apologize in advance.
And if we were MAGA, we would start to blame this on some sort of conspiracy to make the weather bad by you so that it could disrupt our live stream, right? That would be our thing, right? It's the government, it's MAGA, right? So
wasn't this part of MTG's like space laser theory, like that it controls the weather, like this, the lasers?
Did you see when
apparently
that reporter asked Marjorie Taylor Greene about that, and Marjorie Taylor Greene just started like cursing out the reporter at the event? She was like, "F you, F you!" I'm like, what in the world?
Just
is
unhinged
happening?
People, man.
Yeah, that's why we got to bring back decorum, right?
What'd you say?
I said we need to bring back decorum and respect and just normalcy. And when you see clips like Marjorie Taylor Greene telling a reporter to F off for asking a perfectly legitimate question and getting all upset, and her response in that clip too, it would be like, so, you know, she said, so why do you think you and so many of your colleagues embrace all these conspiracy theories? And she goes, you embrace conspiracy theories. You're the one embrace. No, that's you. And like the whole entire time, it was just, I know you are, but what am I? We're down to preschool insults, and it's just such a sad state of affairs for this party. And honestly, like if you consider yourself part of this party now, are you not embarrassed by it? Don't you want normalcy? Don't you want America to come together? And don't you want to have people in positions of power who are actually competent at their jobs, who believe in democracy and who believe in the American experiment? That is what governing is all about. And that's what we hope to restore here
Well, I'm excited to bring in the second gentleman of the United States, Douglas Mhof. Let's bring in the second gentleman if he is here. Second gentleman Mhof, you are
Here.
now live on the MeidasTouch Show. Welcome.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
Hey.
Or hello
It's really
again.
great.
Just
It's
saw you.
really great to have you here. And I just want to start off by asking you, what should we expect during President Biden's speech tonight?
You're gonna see someone who is gonna tout an amazing recovery. So remember where we were January of 2021, height of COVID, economic devastation, insurrection. This is how he took office, and now look where we are 3 years later. Historic level of achievement. The economy is jamming. I'm traveling all across the country. I see it. You can feel it. Infrastructure, remember in the old administration, infrastructure week, never happened. We have an infrastructure administration, roads, bridges, tunnels, airports, broadband. We're removing lead pipes, maternal mortality, reducing that, lowering costs, all these incredible things that we've done. He's going to talk about. He's going to talk about what they're going to do in a further administration in this coming year. Continue this economic recovery, making sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes, reasonable gun safety. We need to do more on that. Continue to work on clean air, clean water, and of course, protecting our freedoms, which are completely at risk right now. So you're going to hear all that and more.
You know, with the Alabama Supreme Court decision, IVF a major topic, and Republicans recently blocked unanimous consent on a bill to protect IVF. I know your wife, the vice president, has been leading on this. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is outrageous. It, of course, started with Donald Trump. Donald Trump appointed 3 justices on the Supreme Court, highest court in the land, and with the purpose of overturning Roe, which is what they did. And that has now had a ripple effect. It's a healthcare crisis of women. You've seen these horrible stories. Some of them are here tonight, State of the Union. And on the IVF front, this is a logical extension of this cruelty, this logical extension of this assault on women and families. And Tori Beasley's here, the woman from Alabama. I just met her. She's a guest at the State of the Union. And so this is about real people. Overturning Roe, this horrific Dobbs decision, this has had such a drastic impact on women and everyone across this country. And it's not just that. You've seen the concurring opinion in Dobbs by Justice Thomas. What's next? Everything's at risk. All these freedoms are at risk. So we've got to push back on these. I've got a 24-year-old daughter and an 83-year-old mother. And I've said this often, where how is it possible to live in a world where my 83-year-old mother is somehow going to have more rights and freedoms and agency over her body than my daughter will in her lifetime? Completely unacceptable.
And of course, President Biden will lay out his vision for the country tonight. What are you hoping to see President Biden and Vice President Harris accomplish in the next 4 years?
Well, speaking of Roe, we've got to codify Roe v. Wade. That is something that will happen in a next term if we get the numbers in Congress. And that issue, it has wide support over the country. This is wide support. We've got to continue to lower healthcare costs. We've done a good job reducing the price of insulin, negotiating directly with Big Pharma, but we've got to knock down those prices on healthcare. We've got to reestablish fair taxes for all. The Trump tax grab for the richest people in this country and the biggest corporations, that's just not fair. Everyone's got to pay their fair share and continue to protect our fundamental rights and freedoms. You've heard what Donald Trump is saying. You got to believe, he lies about everything except this kind of stuff. Dictator on day one, authoritarianism, fascism. He's going to meet with Orban this weekend to talk about this. It's outrageous. So we're going to continue to fight for all of your freedoms in a second term.
Final question. Trump's rhetoric recently has become just so increasingly dangerous and unhinged, I guess, by any standards. How do you get the message out there that Trump is unfit for office?
Yeah, that guy cannot be a million miles from the White House. Let's be honest. He cannot come back. He is a degraded version of the horrible person he was before. He's even worse now. He can't get anywhere near the White House. We have to remind people. We have to remind people what it was like under that first administration, how horrible it was. All these things he's bragging about just did not happen. Remind people what it was like, and remind people of the dereliction of duty during COVID. Hundreds of thousands of people in our country unnecessarily died because of the policies or lack thereof of the Trump administration in those early days of COVID. We've got to remind people that Donald Trump incited an insurrection against the Capitol, where I'm about to be at. He continued to lie, continues to lie to this day about the 2020 election, which he lost by a lot. We have to remind people about the threat of this person, his incompetence, and what life would be like, how horrible life would be like for all of us if that man somehow would come back here. And we're going to do everything we can to prevent that.
Second gentleman, Mhof, I know you have a very busy night. Thank you for spending some time with us.
All right. Thanks all. Take care.
A good one. Brett, Jordy, so historic here to give this coverage right here, to have people like the second gentleman be able to share that with us, people like Anita Dunn, senior advisor to the White House, to get that firsthand coverage right here, chair of the DNC, Jamie Harrison. It is great to see that a consistent message, but a basic one of freedom, one of democracy, one of protecting rights from MAGA Republicans trying to take it away. What'd you make of that interview?
I thought it was fantastic, and I love what second gentleman Mhof was saying there. And the second gentleman is somebody who I had a chance to meet yesterday, in fact, here in Washington, D.C. And honestly, the main thing that I took away from meeting with the second gentleman, and even what I took away from him right now, is his enduring optimism in the face of all the darkness that he was also speaking about. MAGA, remember, they just want to beat us down day in and day out. That is their goal, plain and simple. And that's what the Republicans in Congress are doing as well, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they've decided that they don't want to govern to help the American people. They've decided that they want to simply do things that could potentially help Donald Trump, a traitor to this country, if I'm being frank here, be reelected to the presidency. And so they are putting Trump over the American people. I think that is incredibly, obvious. They're saying it out loud now, which is, one of the things. But I thought that was a clear message coming from the second gentleman. I thought it was particularly interesting what he was saying about this version of Donald Trump that we're seeing is a degraded version of a man who was already horrific to begin with. And what we are dealing with now is just a horrific human being who cannot even speak and has just devolved into this nightmare, right? This just unhinged, absolute lunatic, just unchained. And, that's why this election coming up is going to be such an important election. And I know we've heard that year after year that this is the most important election of our lifetime. It's absolutely true this time. It is absolutely existential. And that's why I am so grateful for this community here of everybody who's out there watching this stream right now. The many tens of thousands of you tuning in, hundreds of thousands in total, tuning in to these live streams. And, I think it shows the value of this pro-democracy community, the value of this pro-democracy coalition, that people like the second gentleman are coming on the show. People like senior advisor Anita Dunn are coming on the show. By the way, how incredible is senior advisor Anita Dunn? She is absolutely fantastic. And that's one of the things I love about this administration as well. We heard so often, Ben, Jordy, how often did you hear Donald Trump say things like, I got the best people, the best. It became a joke after a while that he's got the best people, because he often had the worst people, and they often all ended up leaving or getting fired and then turning on him or hating him in many respects. But the truth is, with the Biden administration, they really have the best people. These are the brightest minds in the country. These are the people with the most experience in this position, unlike the Republican Party, where they literally try to pick like the person who hates education to run the Department of Education. The Democratic Party, the Biden administration actually values, expertise, actually values, all of that. And so that's what we got. It looks like we lost Ben to his
I'm
thunderstorms.
telling you, man, it's some deep state conspiracies, Brett, but it's okay. But to your point exactly there, B, it's so refreshing to see an administration that just actually values just competency at the end of the day, right? These folks in the administration are just simply on message and on brand with what the American people actually want and genuinely care about. So much of the Trump administration just revolved around like pure chaos. And I think, as we look towards like this time exactly 4 years ago, right? One of the new Republican talking points that they're trying to get away with, like, we were so much better off 4 years ago. That couldn't be further from the truth. If you look at 4 years ago, like literally from today, it was catastrophic out here. It was not a great time for America and for the American citizens, to say the least. And so just to see some point of just pure competency, Brett, back in the White House, back in the administration, under the Biden-Harris administration, you just love to see it.
I mean, I think there is this, and certainly not, our audience and certainly not many people, but in some respects, there is a sort of collective amnesia, right? That we've seen, and it's because people are going about their days in many respects, right? They have jobs, they have families to raise, they have things to do. And I understand that. And at the same time, they're being gaslighted every single day, right? Oh, that wasn't an insurrection. That was just a peaceful gathering. Oh, COVID, that wasn't that bad. Right? I mean, actually, Trump handled it great, right? Like, it's just constant lies being fed to people every single day. And just how far we've come since 2020 cannot be understated. I remember that year so well, especially because we were motivated to start the MeidasTouch Network because of how horrible things were then. It was at this time, we're actually coming up right now, everybody, on, is it our 4th year anniversary of MeidasTouch, Jordy?
I guess so.
Isn't it insane? So I believe we officially started around, I got to look at the exact date, but either March 25th or March 27th is when we started, like we did our first tweet or something like that, and then over the
let's be clear, it's when we opened the Twitter account, which was
not even necessarily like a full on, but the reason why we decided to send that first tweet, the reason we decided to try to do something in this space is because we were all looking at each other as we saw a pandemic coming onto our shores, and as we saw Donald Trump, a maniac, a complete buffoon, incompetent buffoon. We saw him say things like a miracle, it's going to go away. Oh, it's 15 cases, it's going to go to 0. Oh, I spoke to President Xi. He's very strong. He has this under control. Everything's going to be okay. Oh, don't listen to the experts. No, we don't need testing. No testing. We heard these lies, and Kayleigh McEnany's lies, and Mike Pence's lies. We saw him push aside the experts, right? Like Dr. Fauci. We saw that moment with Dr. Birx, who really folded to Donald Trump, unfortunately, and ended up not being a great advocate. But we saw that moment of her face palming, right? When Donald Trump was talking about, oh, you have to blast the light into people's veins in order to get rid of COVID. I mean, that all happened. And I think with that, one of the reasons why there might be this kind of collective amnesia that I'm speaking of is because it was so traumatic, right? It was a collective trauma of the entire country, if not the entire world. And I feel like when you go through trauma like that, when you see on the news refrigerated morgues pulling into cities because there are too many bodies in the hospital, when you see hospitals at max capacity and the Trump administration unable to get medical equipment into those factories because they shipped all of our medical equipment overseas. Remember when that happened? How's that for America first? When you see these big PPP loans being implemented by the banks and people with banking connections, and the people getting first dibs being people who are friends with Donald Trump and the wealthy over necessarily people who actually needed that sort of support. When you went to the supermarket and literally could not buy toilet paper or had to ration things like toilet paper or ration beans or eggs, you could only buy one, right? They talk about these low gas prices it's because no one was on the road. We were all locked in our homes under the Trump administration. And I think there's just such trauma from that event, right? That a lot of people have almost blacked it out, and they painted this vision that a nostalgia for a time that never existed.
Mhm.
And, what I thought the second gentleman also said that is very clear as well is that did not even begin during COVID. You can't just blame that on COVID.
Totally.
The country was heading downhill far before COVID, and it was chaos every day of the Trump administration. The same way that he has legal chaos right now, there was chaos every single day where Donald Trump turned law enforcement against the American people, where Donald Trump day in and day out got laughed at by the world, made America a laughingstock on the global stage, engaged in the most clownish and dangerous behavior, gave legitimacy to people like Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin, said that he trusted Vladimir Putin over our own intelligence agencies. The Donald Trump presidency was an absolute dumpster fire and a train wreck all wrapped up into one. And I refuse to let people forget it because of all this gaslighting or because of the passage of time. So I'm excited that President Biden tonight is going to dig into that and that he is going to make those contrasts with 4 years ago.
A few months ago, I had the opportunity to interview President Biden in Pueblo, Colorado, and ask him some important questions. I want to show first my interview with President Biden, and then I want to contrast that to a recent speech by Donald Trump. First, my interview with President Biden. Play the clip.
But what's at stake now is freedom, not just freedom of choice. The idea that a young girl who's been raped in Ohio has to sneak out of the state.
How do you ban abortion? How do you actually do it?
Well, you'll go back to a position like they had where people will perhaps go to illegal places.
Yeah.
But you have to ban it.
Do you believe believe in punishment for abortion? Yes or no, as a principle?
The answer is that there has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman?
Yeah, there has to be some form.
Well, I'm the one that got rid of Roe v. Wade.
I never thought I'd see it get this dangerous and this bad, but it is. We have to put a stamp on democracy. Unrelated to me, we've got to stand up for our freedoms.
We got to put a stamp on democracy. Well, compare that to a recent speech by Donald Trump when he talks about how he likes to interpose names and call Biden, Obama, Nikki Haley, Nancy Pelosi. But really listen to what Trump is saying here, because it literally makes zero sense at all, other than he's just kind of just saying words. Here, play this clip.
But when I say that Obama is the president of our country, blah, 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 they go, he doesn't know that's Biden. He doesn't know. So it's very hard to be sarcastic. When I interpose, because I'm not a Nikki fan and I'm not a Pelosi fan, and when I purposely interpose names, they said he didn't know Pelosi from Nikki, from Tricky Nikki. He didn't know. I interposed. And they make a big deal out of it. I said, no, I think they both stink. They have something in common. They both stink. And remember this, when I make a statement like that about Nikki, that means she will never be running for vice president. She will never be running for vice president. Remember that.
Yeah, I'm not going to play any more clips of Donald Trump on this pre-show, but I did want to share that and show that contrast because, as we talked about with Second Gentleman Douglas Mhof, these speeches by Trump are getting way more unhinged than even I thought was possible. He's not even speaking in complete sentences anymore. Donald Trump isn't, and he's basically sometimes just kind of up there making noises. And he does this thing where, he talks about like lifting weights next to a transgender person and he makes like these noises and he goes like, and he does that. And then he talks about how he makes mistakes on purpose and how he's not cognitively impaired. And he spends a few minutes talking about taking cognitive exams like all of the time. And then he praises Vladimir Putin and then he praises Kim Jong-un, and it's just a very, very, very strange thing. And it's all like, this is who MAGA Republicans y'all want to turn the nuclear codes over to, like again. Then he makes noises like when he tries to describe things like the military. He's like, so then it was like a ding dong, a whoosh, a whoosh. And I'm like, come on, like this is not normal. This is not okay. This is very weird behavior and very, very dangerous. And also, Brett and Jordy, the contrast was so clear as well in the different statements when Nikki Haley suspended her campaign, or as Donald Trump calls her, Nancy Pelosi. But like, you take a look at the Biden-Harris statement, it talks about how this is what Biden-Harris statement was. It takes a lot of courage to run for president. That's especially true in today's Republican Party, where so few dare to speak the truth about Donald Trump. Nikki Haley was willing to speak the truth about Trump, about the chaos that always follows him, about his ability to see right from wrong, about his cowering before Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump made it clear he doesn't want Nikki Haley's supporters. I want to be clear, there is a place for them in my campaign. I know there is a lot we won't agree on, but on the fundamental issues of preserving American democracy, on standing up for the rule of law, on treating each other with decency and dignity and respect, on preserving NATO, and standing up to America's adversaries, I hope and believe we can find common ground. We all know this is no ordinary election, and the stakes for America couldn't be higher. I know that Democrats and Republicans and independents disagree on many issues and hold strong convictions. That's a good thing. That's what America stands for. But I also know this: what unites Democrats and Republicans and independents is a love for America. And you compare that to Trump's statement, Nikki Haley got trounced in Capitals last night in record-setting fashion, despite the fact that Democrats, for reasons unknown, are allowed to vote in Vermont and various other Republican primaries. Much of her money came from radical left Democrats, and did many of her voters, almost 50% according to the polls. At this point, I hope she stays vote race and fights it out until the end. I'd like to thank my family, friends, and the great Republican Party for helping me to produce by far the most successful Super Tuesday in history. And then he goes, and would further like to invite all the Haley supporters to join the greatest movement in the history of our nation. And he puts this in caps: Biden is the enemy. He's destroying our country. Make America great again. And look, if somebody talked like this in a company that you worked at, whether it was a large corporation, medium-sized corporation, small corporation, a nonprofit, a social club, a fantasy football league, whatever, if someone behaved this way, and like Donald Trump was, they were an adjudicated rapist also. Like, we can't forget that. Trump's an adjudicated rapist. A federal jury found him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. I mean, you wouldn't let this person near, I hope not, your family, your coworkers, people that you love and care about, like, ever. This is the person who's running the Republican Party. The incentive structure of the Republican Party now is to promote the worst. That is the MAGA way. So the Lauren Boeberts, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Matt Gaetzes, the Jim Jordans, the James Comers, and I can go on and on. They behave the way they do. They get a platform on Fox. It's so dystopian. It's like the Hunger Games, meets other dystopian, Handmaid's Tale in one. But that's why I think when we see President Biden, he's going to talk about protecting freedoms. He's going to be talking about protecting just our democracy, America, normalcy, compassion, empathy. Brett and Jordy, what do you think?
No, I agree, with every single word of it. And, I was looking the other day at a graphic, and it was from the 2016 election, and it showed some of Donald Trump's competition, if you want to call them that. And it showed, Ted Cruz, right? Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, right? When you see the photos of the lineup, the Republican Party's top people, right? The top people who they had lined up for the presidency that year. You go, oh, of course Donald Trump was able to ascend and take over this party, right? Of course. They're all weak. They're all complete weaklings. They're horrible people with no morals whatsoever, with no backbone, with no spine. So of course, when you get somebody who's as abrasive as Donald Trump, and he comes in and he smacks them down the way he did, they buckled, right? After all the things they said about him, after all the truths they told about him in that very short moment of time, they turn back around right away. And now all they do is dedicate their entire lives to not to the American people, but to trying to help this man. Folks, we are now just 30 minutes away from the State of the Union, probably one of the most historic State of the Unions in United States history, certainly one of the biggest nights of the Biden presidency. I feel like we've gotten really an exclusive insight here from the folks who know the president best, some real kind of insiders to give us the scoop on what's going on tonight. I think that's something really cool that we were able to offer, to the audience tonight. And we see right now, we see Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer there on the floor, gathered with other members of the Senate. It definitely should be a very eventful and interesting night.
I want to give a special thanks to our pro-democracy sponsor, fastgrowingtrees.com. Speaking of planting the seeds of democracy, this stream tonight is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Get ready for spring, y'all. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on these select plants and get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. So get that additional 15% off now. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com and use the code Meidas. And for those just joining, I said how great Brett's Fast Growing Trees experience was with that lemon tree that I saw there. And I said, all right, I got to get my Fast Growing Trees as well. fastgrowingtrees.com and then use the code Meidas.
Not only does the tree look amazing, the lemons are the best lemons on the best Meyer lemons, like I said, and they are the absolute best. So all I'm saying is check out Fast Growing Trees. The link is in the description.
Hey, Ben, what do you make of that? Hey, Ben, what do you make of the different? Hey, Brett, what's up, brothers? I love doing these streams with you guys. Look at the Meidas.
I love special nights. Special nights like this are the best. There's an energy to it, right? It's not just me being in striking distance of the Capitol, right? It's a special night. It's not just the suit.
No, not just the soup. No, not just the soup. So this is what I want to ask you both, like just very directly. What do you guys make of the statements there between President Biden and Donald Trump, when it comes to Nikki Haley dropping out? What I make of it is there's a pro-democracy coalition out there that President Biden is fully aware of, that genuinely wants to preserve our democracy. And with Nikki Haley voters, you can see that they're motivated to make sure that Donald Trump does not get reelected and that they do care about the pro-democracy coalition. And it's actually why Trump continues to attack them, because the man hates democracy. So when you look at the Biden statement welcoming Nikki Haley supporters to, go and continue to support democracy by voting for Joe Biden, and then you look at Donald Trump's statement attacking Nikki Haley voters, what do you think the stiff arm is related to from Trump, and why President Biden being so welcoming? Do you think I have an accurate read on that?
Well, I think that's in President Biden's nature. That's who he's always been. And I think it's also in Donald Trump's nature to be a petty, despicable, selfish man. And I think that's the biggest compliment I could give him, because he's far worse than all of those words that I just used. And if I use the right words, I probably may get banned from YouTube. So I won't. So I won't go there. But it's just, look, part of this is about character. Also, and this is an election about character and the difference between character. This is an election about democracy. This is an election about just like normalcy. And this is an election about protecting people's freedoms. And just take a look at the contrast, though, right here, but like the type of guests that the MAGAs are inviting versus the type of guests that Democrats and the pro-democracy coalition's inviting to the State of the Union. So on the MAGA side, they have a surprise guest. And if you guessed that the guest was George Santos, you would be correct. Here, play this clip moments ago, George Santos entering the building. Play this clip.
I don't put anything past my desire to run for office at this point, but right now it's just, I'm a spectator. I'm just here watching.
Where are you sitting?
I don't know yet.
Who brought? Who are you? Like a guest of somebody?
No, I'm a former member. I have full privileges. Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right.
I didn't need a photo booth.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Excuse me.
Thanks,
There you have George Santos, and compare that
It's a George Costanza move, though, what Santos is doing, right? This is like when George Costanza quit the job and then came back on the Monday after and acted like he didn't quit. It's like, George, you got expelled, buddy. You're not welcome here. All right. You're how embarrassing for the Republican Party. Just how embarrassing that is.
Well, it goes to the fact that they can't even control that from happening, right? Whether they invited him or just can't control. It's like, what in the world are you doing? It's just like a disgusting circus. Compare that, though, on the other hand, to who President Biden and Vice President Harris have invited. Kate Cox will be in attendance, who was forced to flee Texas to get the vital health care that she needed. This is the story of Kate Cox for those who don't know. Cox said that she and her husband were so excited when they learned about her third pregnancy, ready to expand their growing young family. Quote, as soon as I got a positive pregnancy test, I ran into the playroom where my husband was wrestling with our other kids and showed him the test, and we were both just so excited and celebrated. She said it was a really joyful time. But then she said she found out something was terribly wrong. Her fetus was diagnosed with a fatal genetic condition and had little chance of survival. Her uterus was at risk of rupturing, jeopardizing her health and the possibility of future pregnancy. Her doctor said, quote, the risks increase by the day, the risk of hemorrhage, the risk of uterine rupture. Her doctor told ABC News, this unfortunately was a pregnancy plagued with pain and suffering, and it was never going to result in a baby that we could take home, Cox said. And she was not able to get the reproductive care that she needed, the medical care she needed in the state of Texas, and the courts ruled she couldn't get that care. And we're going to hear about that story as well. I want to bring in Adam Parkhomenko, political strategist and friend of MeidasTouch. Adam Parkhomenko, welcome. What do you expect to see this evening? What do you want to see this evening? If you're on mute.
Good to be with you guys. Setup looks great there. I have absolutely no idea what to expect, but other than I think that Joe Biden will be presidential, and we've seen since he started announcing some of his guests from January that this is not political for him. This is, he's willing to stand with real victims that have, been through a lot, whether it's gun violence, whether it's rape, whether it's, losing loved ones to other things like that. And I'm just kind of hoping that, no feces will be thrown by Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Well, that's the expectations, it's that when you're dealing with the MAGA Republican parties, who knows, we've been talking a lot about protecting freedom. You think that's going to be a message that's going to be discussed? And how important do you think the message of preserving and protecting democracy is in this speech and in general, as we're heading into kind of a real serious part of this election season?
I think it's incredibly important. And, when we talk about Ukraine funding, one of the key things there is it literally protects the United States. Republicans love to wave the flag and talk about Jesus and so forth. But the reality is the individuals who are truly protecting democracy are Democrats. They've been on the right side of history, but they've also done everything they can to make sure that we protect the integrity that is this experiment of the United States. And so I think that we'll see a lot and hear a lot from him tonight on that front, not just because of his foreign policy background, which makes him, I think, the most qualified person to be president right now, but also because of everything going on in the world.
It's also deeply personal to you as well. I mean, you're Ukrainian, and to kind of see the Republican Party not just turn its back against Ukraine, but affirmatively link up with Vladimir. I mean, what's that been like to just observe that? Did you ever think in your lifetime you would see the Republican Party become the party of Putin?
I don't think so, but you're right. It's like this sort of, everything in 2016 sort of came full circle. As a Ukrainian American, I was born in DC, but my father came over on a cargo ship from a newly reopened Ellis Island. And then the Russian hacking, of which I was one of the targets. I was included in the indictment against the 13 GRU officers as one of the victims. It's just crazy to see, but I'm so incredibly proud of everything that this country and others have done to kind of pull together, especially, with contributions they were making to nonprofits that were getting things done and could cut through tape quicker than the government. But it is, we just passed the second year anniversary, and they need this support more than ever.
I want to check right now with the feed. There it goes. Let's just make sure We're about 10 minutes away, and we're going to cut to the floor very soon and turn the volume on. Donald Trump's recent speeches out of Parkamenko, more unhinged than he's not even speaking in sentences, anymore. And that's really not being covered, I think, by the media. The media wants to kind of recast his speeches somehow as being normal, and it's not. Like, what do you think we need to do to just get this message out to the public? Just the facts, the whole facts, and nothing but the facts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. If you took a website and you took everything that Donald Trump said every week, and then you actually just put it next to Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden, the press would not allow that. Nobody would allow that. And if we did that to highlight everything, it would end up just being used as their words and getting fact checked over and over. He looks worse and worse. This past week, I think Ron on your team had said, just between the sweating and everything else, I mean, how fast he was going. But it was just 2 weeks ago that he spoke to a predominantly Black crowd and looked out in the audience and said that they were the only ones that he could see because of the lighting. He couldn't see white people. I mean, if Joe Biden just said that, that would be the story for the next 6 months. And look no further than Virginia in 2021. One thing that Terry McAuliffe said is what was played for the entire campaign, not just by Republicans, but by the media. And at that point, it was gone.
And we're looking there. We see Marjorie Taylor Greene. We saw Vice President Harris before the contrast there. Could not be more clear. I didn't see what Marjorie Taylor Greene was wearing on her shirt. It's probably something offensive and performative. We'll let you know as soon as we see that. Brett, you have any questions for Adam before we take our coverage to the floor?
Adam, I've noticed that in recent weeks, especially, we've seen Vice President Kamala Harris, who was just walking out there, and it's always funny to see her next to somebody like a Speaker Johnson out there, as we see right now on the feed. What a pairing! But I love seeing Vice President Kamala Harris there. I think she is incredibly effective, and I think we've seen her out there on the campaign trail more, including this past weekend. And one of the themes of the Vice President's speech over the weekend was about this idea of freedom. It was a fundamentally American speech that she gave, and I love Democrats using this kind of language, right? This is a language of the United States of America. It's often the language that the Republican Party, quite frankly, co-opts and uses in nefarious ways. But you have now people like Governor Josh Shapiro speaking about freedom and Republicans ripping away the freedoms of the American people. You have Vice President Harris speaking about the same sorts of things now. Do you think that that is the right direction for the messaging of the party? And would you have anything to add in that regard?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think you hit it right on the head. I mean, we are a party who cares about our country. We care about the First Amendment, and we care about our veterans and our family members. I mean, we're not the ones. Donald Trump called them suckers and losers, and we are a big tent party. But if you look at the holdup and confirming nominees in the Senate, that was Republicans doing everything they could to stonewall these military nominees. And so I love the messaging that we're seeing. I think Governor Shapiro is incredible. Vice President Harris is incredible. And I think people also underestimate how much that resonates coming from her, because she has an incredibly huge community online that often goes unnoticed, but they're organized. They love everything she does, and they help get her message out.
Adam, any final words before we go to the floor? Anything you want to say to everybody watching out there?
Thank you all to the Meidas Mighty. Thank you guys for everything that you all do. It's an incredible network. Love to see it growing, and excited to see what happens tonight.
And let me say, for everybody out there, make sure that you follow at Adam Parkamenko on all social media platforms. Adam, you've been crushing it lately too across literally every social media platform. I recommend you not only follow Adam on X and Threads, but make sure you also follow at Adam Parkamenko on Instagram. You've been doing some great posts there. I love seeing you go live every night on TikTok. That's been great. And Adam, are you going to be going live on our TikTok account soon?
We are.
The State of the Union?
We are. We're going to go live tonight on the MeidasTouch TikTok, probably 2 or 3 times. I was actually texting with Quentin Giles, who I think is going to try to join later. So we should have some good folks.
Fantastic. So you could have the 2 screens, right? You could be watching MeidasTouch here on YouTube, and you could be watching at MeidasTouch on TikTok. And Adam here will be leading the TikTok broadcast over there. So thank you, Adam. Always a pleasure to have you here on the show. So thankful for our friendship and for everything you do out there.
You too, guys. Thank you, guys.
Democracy.
Thank you.
I want to thank our sponsor for the night one more time, Fast Growing Trees. This stream tonight is brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Get ready for spring. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on select plants and get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. That's fastgrowingtrees.com and use that code Meidas, spelled MEIDAS, at checkout. Everybody, make sure you hit subscribe to our YouTube channel. On our way here to 3 million subscribers. We're so appreciative of all of your help making this pro-democracy network at this point get more views on digital than Fox or MSNBC or CNN. That's thanks to you. We're going to keep building this pro-democracy, pro-normalcy coalition together. I want to check in on the floor right now. I want you to be able to hear the noises taking place. We'll be back in a little bit, but the State of the Union is about to be underway. Let's pull up the screen, let's turn on the volume, and let's get some action on the floor.
How you feeling, sir? Feeling good. Jump, I need you. See y'all later. Yeah, for you.
There you see President Biden joking around there with the press, making his way over from the White House to the House chamber. Seems like he's in good spirits, amped up, and ready to go.
And you're watching members of the House and Senate gather on the House floor live. We're about 10 minutes away from the State of the Union. And as you can see, the president just left the White House, seemingly a little late. Greta Bronner, do you have any information on that?
Yeah, the Washington Post noted about 20 minutes ago that ceasefire protesters were occupying the route the president takes, his motorcade takes, from the White House to the Capitol. Around 250 were sitting on Pennsylvania Avenue. The protesters projected Biden's legacy as genocide onto the East Building of the National Gallery of Art, and are demanding that the U.S. end funding to Israel. So not sure if that is what delayed the president's departure. He is expected to speak toward the top of the hour or a little after, but that is from the Washington Post. Live coverage here of the State of the Union on C-SPAN.
Checking in here, Ben Meiselas from the MeidasTouch Network. Brett, I want to get your take also, as we're probably less than 10 minutes away from seeing President Biden. We've had a lot of interviews this evening. We had Second Gentleman of the United States, Douglas Mhof, on. We've had interviews with Congressmember Eric Swalwell. We interviewed DNC Chair Jamie Harrison. We heard from Anita Dunn, Senior Advisor to President Biden. What's your, Brett, your kind of overall take from all of this in terms of what we can expect? What are you looking for in the next 10, 15 minutes or so?
You know, I think what we're seeing out there, Ben, is we're seeing a look towards the future here, and we're looking at kind of how far that we've come as a nation. I think we've all been through some really hard times in the past. Those years during the Trump administration were incredibly traumatic. Every single one of those years. Is Mike Johnson speaking? I just want to see if Mike Johnson's saying anything. It looks like Mike Johnson. The speaker is
appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House
to
escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Virginia, Mr. Warner. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. And the Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
There we see Matt Gaetz and Tim Burchett. We see Joe Manchin with Mitt Romney.
The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Here we go, folks.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
You'll notice the Democratic women in the Capitol tonight are dressed in white tonight in support of reproductive rights, reproductive freedom. We see there our lovely Supreme Court justices, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Kamala Harris there up at the lectern, and the president making his way in the U.S. Capitol. And as I mentioned before, you may notice that the Democratic women in the Capitol, many are dressed in white tonight, and they are doing that to show their support of reproductive rights, the reports that we are getting. You'll notice tonight there are 6 of the 9 Supreme Court justices in the chamber. You have all 3 of the pro-democracy justices present. You notice that Clarence Thomas and Justice Samuel Alito are not in attendance tonight at the United States Capitol. Folks, we are just moments away here from history as we see President Biden inside the U.S. Capitol now, making his way towards the chamber to deliver what could be the most important speech of the entire Biden presidency. I want to take a moment also before we begin to thank everybody for trusting us with the coverage here at the MeidasTouch Network. Thank you to the many tens of thousands of you tuning in live and the many hundreds of thousands of you who are watching this feed. We are so grateful for your support. Make sure you sign up for the MeidasTouch newsletter to get more updates from MeidasTouch every single day at MeidasTouch.com/newsletter. That's MeidasTouch.com/newsletter. And if you want to support our work here, our pro-democracy reporting here at the MeidasTouch Network, you can go right now to patreon.com/MeidasTouch and become a patron. It's patreon.com/MeidasTouch for exclusive benefits, exclusive content, Zoom Q&As with the brothers, and lots of other exclusive, cool stuff there on the MeidasTouch Patreon. There, Matt Gaetz, Byron Donalds, Rick Scott there walking past the cameras. I see Susan Collins and Lindsey Graham. What a duo. I wonder if Susan Collins is concerned tonight. Also want to thank everybody on YouTube who has given gifts, who has contributed tonight through the YouTube chat. Thank you so much for supporting our unapologetically pro-democracy reporting here at MeidasTouch. And if you want to contribute via YouTube right now to support live streams just like this, help us get all the incredible guests that we got and bring this coverage to you every single day, and for all these special events, you can hit that $ right in the chat and become a member here on the MeidasTouch YouTube channel or gift memberships. It looks like we are moments away now from the President of the United States President Joe Biden walking into that chamber to deliver the single most important speech of his presidency to Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley right there. Josh Hawley surprisingly not running away as he's used to doing in the United States Capitol, just running in the Capitol, fleeing, scared, but here talking to Ted Cruz. You could also take this opportunity right now, if everybody watching this right now hits that share button, shares this link, text this link right now to your friends and family members. Tell them to watch our exclusive coverage of the State of the Union on the MeidasTouch Network. Send that link to your friends and family to our YouTube channel right here so they could see our coverage and so they could watch this historic moment along with you and with us and this pro-democracy community. Remember, folks, to share this link right here with all your friends and family. Tell them to tune in to the State of the Union and watch with us here at the MeidasTouch Network. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, appointed, of course, by President Joe Biden. Tommy Tuberville, who attacked our military and apparently did not know what IVF was. And we see there the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. Hey, he was just here on the MeidasTouch Network with all of us. I mean, how incredible is that, huh? He came straight from here, an interview with you all, with the Meidas Mighty, now standing in there in the U.S. Capitol. Doesn't get any better than that, folks. Does not get any better than that. Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman in the United States, just finishing an interview with MeidasTouch here. And if you missed it, you can rewind right now and go back to it. It was fantastic, and the clips are already going viral on social media, on Twitter, on Threads. Folks, here we see First Lady Dr. Jill Biden entering the chamber, everybody. Big applause there for First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. Such an incredible force there, not only for the president, not only for Democrats, but for the United States of America. Out there speaking to American values, defending our freedom. Love seeing her out there on the campaign trail. Here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
We got a Pete Buttigieg sighting, folks. Secretary Pete in the house. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas in the building. We see Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, in the building. Thank you to everybody tuning in tonight to watch this broadcast here with the MeidasTouch Network, the fastest growing pro-democracy news network in the world. Whether you consider yourself a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent, as long as you believe in democracy and the American experiment, we are happy to have you here with us today. That's what this is all about on this historic night. We see Lauren Boebert looking all alone by herself. Certainly far away from the Beetlejuice Theater. You see there Senator Elizabeth Warren. Lauren Boebert was all alone there, all alone. Nobody looking like they even wanted to speak to her at this event. You know, she's struggling to make a name for herself in her new district, or maybe she made too much of a name for herself in her old district, and nobody quite wants her around anymore after all the chaos that she's brought. Folks, we are moments away from the President of the United States.
Joe! Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Good to see you, Mr. President. This is about you. This is about the soul of the nation. Tony. Thank you. Over Jill. Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. So they'll stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office is defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, It's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you get right about that. Clearly. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news, but in 1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you have strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. If any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in a family farm, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well, showing once again Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With a law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year. Even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, well, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor and many in this chamber want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. We'll pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry, I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, They educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to a good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. When I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans, I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise. And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things that make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that can be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees, those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. The credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, That's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front, so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win, he viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him, it's not about me. I'd be a winner, not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth it taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together, but that's what he apparently here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all American. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here, but if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living, more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW workers building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oh. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also We will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has a added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocent women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin, families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. But there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why the song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H, and remind us that we can do big things like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yay. I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation, between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working-class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm, became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they're going to let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. They're not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
you, Woody.
No, I really mean it.
No, really. Thank you, sir.
And this guy with you does too.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Good. It was amazing. You did a good job. You were right on it.
Yeah, you were on fire. You were on fire.
Nobody's going to talk about cognitive impairment now.
Yeah. You were on fire.
I kind of wish sometimes there was cognitive impairment.
You did well. Very good.
He's working real hard.
You fired us all up. Yeah, you fired me up. Great.
Hey, Pat. I want you to know the Democratic Party was the first two people to vote. So and I, before you. He's not telling you. He's dialing up the campaign for when he was running, and I was young senator. He was young too. Okay. He was younger. I got a call. I got this call home.
Let's see if I can get out of the way. And I get out of the way so y'all can take this.
And I got one second, so I got a call. I got a call every morning on your way. I said, honey, how are you doing? Fine. He said, what's the matter? I said, nothing. What's the matter? I said, you read today's paper? And I said, no. There's nothing to do. I said, they don't have as many things as you want. I said, headline, top of the polls, Biden, coolest man in Congress. Is that true? That's true. Like I was cheating on somebody. I was competing to make the second course. But you didn't.
Thank you, Molly Strong. Thank you so much.
By the way, until it's all done, don't say nothing about it. You know what I mean?
Thank you. Because that ain't Israel also security.
This one. I actually wanted to go that way so I could say hello to the camera. No, because there's chairs right there.
I'll be there in 2 weeks. I know. Mr. President, great job tonight. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You're not going to party. Thanks for coming out. Good job, sir. Tammy Duckworth, thanks for trying to get to you, but she can't get out.
I'll get the Tammy.
Thanks for
It's going to turn around.
Hey man, then we can swap with you. How about that?
Sorry about that. You did a home though.
I know I did, if she says. I know that happened.
We're walking this way, so we're
going that way? Yep, we're going this way right here.
Go back.
Thank you, guys.
Adam, do you got any space behind you?
Nope.
We're going to see you for the first debate in my district. Texas State. Right where LBJ's statue stands.
Say hello to Senator Duckworth. She and I led the House Senate bill on our behalf. You knocked it out.
Knocked around. I don't want to get in front of them.
It's the best ever.
That's really good.
Mr. President, you brought the Irish fire tonight. I'll tell you what. We appreciate it.
And we are back. Sometimes these interactions right here are almost as revealing as the speech itself, which is why I wanted to kind of keep the camera here so we could see these interactions. President Biden looks sharp. President Biden is witty. President Biden was on top of his game today. I mean, he really brought, I thought, his A game. I mean, if there were any independent voters who were on the fence or who have been misled by the media coverage, it's funny, some of the stuff I've seen out there, though, to try to attack him and criticize him, is saying, he was too fiery, he was too energetic. Got it. On one hand, he was, before this, you were criticizing him for the exact opposite. So no, I thought he did an incredible job there. I thought it was an overall great speech, and it just stands in such stark contrast to what we've seen when Donald Trump does those traveling fascist circus things that he calls rallies. Here President Biden talked about unifying the country. President Biden talked about enduring principles. And why don't I show this? This is at the end of the speech, but I thought this kind of tied up the entire theme of the speech. So there's some people, he was too electric tonight. Come on. I mean, that's what some of the people on the right wing media, too electric, too on fire.
That's how you know he killed it tonight. That's how you know he did a great job when you see the comments like that.
No doubt about it. Let me show you this. This was at the end of the speech right here. By the way, you see MAGA Mike. How awkward did he look throughout the speech?
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, the strange facial gestures and, just not even clapping and applauding to some of the most basic things about hey, let's stop cancer. Like the MAGA Republicans didn't stand up for that. I mean, in past State of the Union, before the Trump era, there would be some bipartisan issues where everybody would stand up and clap. And tonight, the MAGA Republicans wouldn't even clap for some of the most basic things. But it also goes to how petty they are and how probably terrified they were all sitting there that if they clapped or smiled or did anything, Donald Trump would send a mean post about them. Although what they should have known is that Donald Trump's social media platform was down this evening as well. So it just goes to show you everything in Trump and MAGA world is utterly broken. Truth Social was supposed to be used by Trump to do fact-checking rebuttals tonight, but the whole thing broke tonight. And I think as of now is still shut down. You see President Biden talking to more members of Congress right there. And Brett, there was that one moment as well where President Biden looks at the Supreme Court justices and all of them and calls them out and them on blast for their decisions, taking away our freedoms, taking away the freedoms of people. What was your response, Brett, to all of this?
There are moments in history and there are speeches that define a presidency. This was one of those speeches tonight from President Biden. Truly, I think all of us here together witnessed history, witnessed a pivotal moment, not just for President Biden, but for democracy and for the entire world. That speech, Biden brought his A game from the beginning. And we've spoken about this before. Various moments like this, for example, during the debates in the 2020 election, where Republicans create this own caricature of President Biden, and the media is complicit and goes along with this caricature. He's slow, he can't speak, he's in cognitive decline. They push all of this stuff. That's simply not true. And what happens is they set the bar so low, and then President Biden comes out and President Biden does President Biden, which is he brings the heat, he brings the fire straight to the Republicans in a way that is truly emblematic of the American spirit. Not in a angry, mean way, not in a divisive way like Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to heckle him or things like that, but kind of negotiations in real time. And we saw those moments again, one or two of them tonight, similar moments to what we saw at the last State of the Union when President Biden boxed in the Republicans last time on Social Security and on Medicare, not cutting it. This time, they booed him when they said they wanted to give these $1 trillion tax cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires. And he goes, up, you don't want that? So you're telling me you don't want those tax cuts? You're not into that sort of thing. Once again, boxing them in real time. And, do we have this tweet from Ian Bremmer? I thought this was just a perfect kind of summation of the night. And what Ian Bremmer wrote on social media was, Biden doesn't need to win over a single Trump supporter this evening, and he won't. Independents on the fence are more comfortable with him right now than they were 30 minutes ago. That's a win. And I think watching that speech, I think anybody who truly loves this country and what it stands for cannot help but get behind President Biden during that speech and the things that he is saying and the issues that President Biden was speaking to. And I thought he also did this incredible job of connecting all of these complex concepts into a perfect story, telling the story of the threat to democracy, connecting things like the threat to democracy in Ukraine from Russia to January 6th, making those connections about freedom being stripped away here in the United States by people like Speaker Mike Johnson and by Donald Trump and by these MAGA Republicans, telling that American comeback story. This was a speech of hope and a speech of optimism. And I know all of our Midas Mighty here. We play plenty of clips from Donald Trump rallies, and you see the darkness in those Donald Trump rallies. He plays the QAnon music, and for minutes and minutes, sometimes hours, he will rant about how horrible America is, how it's a horrible country, how America is the worst place imaginable, how it's a failing nation. And this speech was the opposite. President Biden spoke to the good about America and the desire to do better. He speaks like an American, And I loved how he poked fun at his age, how he used his age and flipped it into a positive, how he cornered Republicans on issues like the border and completely flipped the script on them in real time. He invoked Ronald Reagan early on, which put MAGA Mike Johnson right behind him in a very awkward situation. Do I applaud Ronald Reagan, or do I sit here quietly and bow down to my cult leader, Donald Trump? Guess which one he did, folks. He did the latter. And just a lot of powerful moments, a lot of powerful guests. You could not help in these moments seeing how large somebody like President Biden looms over that room and how small these MAGA Republicans look. MAGA Mike standing behind President Biden, he almost looked ashamed, right? He had a look of shame on his face almost. Just a weak, tiny shell of a human being sitting there, pathetic, honestly, behind President Biden, while President Biden really just brought his A game. I thought that was just such a historic moment. Oh. And that one moment where President Biden called out the Republicans for taking credit for the infrastructure projects in their district, the way he flipped that on them and said, hey, if you don't want that money going to your district, you just let me know, guys. You don't want that cash. You just let me know. You seem to love it. You seem to be talking about that money a whole lot, but you complain about the bill. So if you don't want that money in your district, just come to me. It's all good. All good. All good. It was a speech of optimism. It was a speech of hope. I feel so inspired, just as not as a Democrat or anything like that. I feel inspired as an American citizen. That's what America's all about. These visions for the future, right? It was a very forward-looking speech. Let's move the country forward, not backwards, like what these MAGA Republicans are doing. Let's build the economy from the middle out, from the bottom up. Let's defend democracy and freedoms. It's a nation of progress and possibility, not a nation in decline, like what Donald Trump and these MAGA Republicans like to say. Let's make an economy for the middle class and make the wealthy pay their fair share. And I like how President Biden always points out, listen, I'm a capitalist, folks. I'm a capitalist. Go make your millions of dollars. It's fine by me. That's great. It's great. It's what you could do in this country. Just pay your fair share at the end of the day. And I like how he also brought it to Republicans and the Supreme Court, like you said, Ben, on issues like Roe v. Wade, protecting voting rights, on IVF. And then he spoke to a lot of issues that people have to go through in their daily lives. Like, I think President Biden acknowledges that, things are more expensive now than they were a few years ago, right? We had this shock to the system due to the pandemic, and especially due to Donald Trump's mishandling of the pandemic.
Brett, can I make an observation right now while we still see this on the screen?
Yeah, sure.
You've got President Joe Biden there. It's basically into hour 2. He spoke for about 90 minutes. He's shaking everybody's hand right now, having conversation with everybody, remembering their names, stories, talking about their kids. People are showing him his phones. This is being just very kind of personable and just human right now. Have you ever seen Donald Trump not surrounded by the cult? I mean, when you see the images of Donald Trump, it reminds me of like Kim Jong-un, or more like even like Saddam Hussein, where he's got his like people around him and all of these adoring weirdo kind of cult members, and he's not spending the time to actually get to know people and look at people. I mean, this is what we've always heard about President Biden, that he's there and he will stay literally until the last person leaves. And if you watch what's happening in these interactions, I saw one member of Congress present President Biden, it looked like with a drawing from their young child. You've got him, and when the volume was on before, talking about stories and things in common that they have. Like, you just never see this with Donald Trump ever. And this is just the type of politician and frankly, just person President Biden has always been. That's why I wanted to kind of keep the camera here. And you can see, he looks you in the eyes. He's having a one-on-one conversation. He's listening to everything people say. He doesn't look bored. He's not looking away. He puts his hand. I mean, like, I was so fortunate to meet President Biden in Pueblo, Colorado. I remember that experience when I got to interview him. And, the Secret Service had to say, all right, President Biden, we've shut down the road, so we really need you to go right now. And he wanted to find out about our family and every aspect about what we were doing. And I told him that I was a law professor, and he told me how he was a law professor. And we started talking about our classes and civil rights law. And then finally Secret Service was like, all right, President Biden, we really got to go. We really got to go. And that's just, and you're seeing it, but you rarely get to see that. And you're seeing it right now. Sorry to interrupt you, but I thought it was an important observation.
No, I think it's an incredible observation, and almost like a rock star's welcome, right? Coming in there to that applause. And I can't recall an applause that long for any human being, at least since I went to the Taylor Swift Eras tour. That was the last time I heard an extended applause for that length of time. But just an incredible night, a night where President Biden, basically all the stakes were on the line tonight in this speech, right? There was a lot put into this. There was a lot of pressure on the White House, a lot of pressure on President Biden. And, I saw all the analysts and the headlines, nerves around State of the Union, what's going to happen, right? But the media and Donald Trump and Republicans have almost gaslighted themselves into believing this fake story about President Biden that does not line up with the truth. And they fall for their own BS. And then when President Biden is not that, they're stunned. And then they have to make excuses, right? I'm shocked we haven't seen a tweet from Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, was he on drugs? Or something to that effect, because they're so in disbelief when he's on fire like that, because they've made up this fake version of somebody who is not, that's not who he is. President Biden absolutely crushed it tonight. Like I said, it was a very American speech. And he also focused on those issues that are, that hit home with people, right? It literally hit home with people. There was a new big policy announcement that President Biden made during that speech to give people relief on their mortgages, which I think is hugely important to folks. And I want to point it out because that was such a dense speech with so much information and so much. But President Biden there called on Congress to provide an annual tax credit to give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put towards their mortgage when they buy their first home or trade up their home for a bigger home. That's a big deal. That's a big deal and a great way to deal with this kind of transitory time right now before the rates come down. And that's something that really impacts people's lives. And I like that he spoke about the Medicare price negotiations and insulin at $35 for seniors and how the Republicans block that for everybody at large. And I like that he said not only is the State of the Union strong, but the State of the Union is strong and getting stronger is what he said. And it was really just, it's one of those times where you feel hope, right? And too often you feel a darkness. You feel just the brutality of MAGA Republicans every single day trying to make you feel like crap. Seeing that moment right there with President Biden, and frankly, seeing him even right now talking to, everybody in the chamber, you can't help just feel hope. That's how I feel, at least. And if you think President Biden knocked it out of the park, leave one of the dark Brandon emojis in the comments right now. And I want to see what you think. I want to see a flood of dark Brandon emojis. If you think,
Jordy, I want to hear from you. Jordy,
I love
it.
it.
I want
Yeah,
to show
so
people. I want
look.
to give people a summary. Jay.
Yeah, look, this is exactly who President Biden is, right? We talk about this on the MeidasTouch podcast all the time. This is who he is. When you leave him to his own and let him speak to the American people uninterrupted before Fox News can start the spin, before these weird headlines start to surface about whichever narrative these publications want to run with, when you just let President Biden speak to the American people, you cannot deny the message and the true energy and passion that President Biden has for this country. It shines through time and time again that this man genuinely cares about America, that he genuinely cares about what happens to American citizens. And so when the MAGA Republicans take to Twitter or take to whichever platform they're on and start saying he's too energetic, it's because, Brett, you're exactly right. They painted this picture and this narrative of somebody that frankly doesn't exist. Right? They think he hides in his basement, that he's sleepy. It just doesn't happen. And so when their expectations of the MAGA Republicans don't match reality, that is President Biden being strong and decisive, their heads explode, frankly. They don't know what to do, and they have to fall into these weird conspiratorial memes of themselves, essentially. And so I thought it was an excellent speech by President Biden tonight. Just so dang excited about what's next. And, all the pressure in the world was genuinely on this speech, and he surpassed my expectations.
Yeah, the dark Brandon doesn't succumb to that pressure. But in all seriousness, though, what if President Biden never leaves? What if he stays there? What if President Biden literally stays there and it's just the rest of the night? So here's what I want to do. So I want to do a recap right now. So for people who are just joining, we'll just do a summary of the top clips from the State of the Union. But I think we do a little MeidasTouch contrast right now, if we will. So I want to apologize in advance, the same way I apologized to President Biden when I did this. But he said, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. So I'm going to do that really quickly. So this right here is Donald Trump at a typical Donald Trump speech, where he starts riffing about how he would rather be electrocuted to death than eaten by a shark. Here, let's play this clip.
But if I'm sitting down and that boat's going down and I'm on top of a battery and the water starts flooding in, I'm getting concerned. But then I look 10 yards to my left and there's a shark over there. So I have a choice of electrocution or shark. You know what I'm going to take? Electrocution. I will take electrocution every single time. Do we agree? I will take electrocution.
Okay, and next here he talks about how he likes to interpose the wrong names of people on purpose. He says he loves to call Nikki Haley Nancy Pelosi and loves to call Biden Obama because that's just what he does on purpose. And then he says something about tricky Nikki, tricky Nikki. Here, play this clip.
But when I say that Obama is the president of our country, they go, he doesn't know that's Biden. He doesn't know. So it's very hard to be sarcastic. When I interpose, because I'm not a Nikki fan and I'm not a Pelosi fan, and when I purposely interpose names, they said he didn't know Pelosi from Nikki, from tricky Nikki. He didn't know. I interposed. and they make a big deal out of it. I said, no, I think they both stink. They have something in common. They both stink. And remember this, when I make a statement like that about Nikki, that means she will never be running for vice president. She will never be running for vice president. Remember that.
Okay, now let's take a look at President Biden from this evening. This was basically his closing message right here. Let's play this clip.
The issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see.
Look, and I know former President Barack Obama was known for being a good orator. I mean, that speech that we just saw from President Biden's about as good of a speech as, frankly, I've ever seen. I thought the tone was right. I thought it was powerful. I thought it talked about the enduring ideals of the United States of America. But let's take a look where this started earlier this evening when President Biden entered the chamber and there were chants of 4 more years erupting from the members. Let's play this clip. And then President Biden spoke about the threat of Vladimir Putin. That's President Biden got into that right away. Let's play this clip.
What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself.
I mean, look, when you see President Biden deliver a speech like that and you contrast it to what I showed you before of Donald Trump, it's like, I don't want media to gaslight me to say that what Donald Trump did is anywhere near normal. Okay, it just isn't. By the way, I just want to give a shout out before showing some more of these clips to our sponsor of this stream. This stream tonight was brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Get ready for spring. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on select plants and get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. That's fastgrowingtrees.com and get that additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. For real. Thank you, Fast Growing Trees, for sponsoring this stream tonight. Then, as part of President Biden's speech, he then invoked the name of Ronald Reagan, Brett, as you alluded to. Let's show that clip right here.
But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
I mean, and notice MAGA Mike Johnson can't even stand up for that. I mean, it was just so bizarre. And when you listen to what President Biden's saying, it's just like, what in the world has happened to the Republican Party? How did the Republican Party literally become subservient to Russia and Vladimir Putin? It is so, I mean, and it's that simple. And President Biden found just the perfect words for it. And here President Biden sends his message to Vladimir Putin, and it's simple. Let's play this clip. In a literal sense, the MAGA Republicans are bowed down. Quite literally, we were watching them bow down, Brett and Jordan.
Yeah, it's like I said before, when you're watching those clips and when you play the Donald Trump clips and then those back to back, I mean, the contrast is incredible. And
Do you think Donald Trump debates? I don't think Trump debates.
I don't know. I mean, there's a reason why he didn't debate, in the primaries, and I don't think he wants to debate Biden. I think
he's doing the whole thing right now too to set it up. Like he's saying, I want to debate right now when you don't debate. And that's part of, like, if you know his mindset, he's saying, let's debate right now. Well, the debates don't happen now. That's not when they take place. The debates happen when the debates normally happen. And then he's going to go, well, I said I wanted to debate and Biden wouldn't debate me. That's what his scam artist mind.
That is how he scams. But, like when you look at those two people, when you look at President Biden, when you look at Donald Trump, when you look at MAGA Mike Johnson and the rest of the Republicans sitting there, President Biden looms large over all of them. President Biden towers over all of them in every metric, in every way. And when you see all of them, Donald Trump, MAGA Mike Johnson, they look so small, right? They look so minuscule next to President Biden. They don't have it, they don't have it. And President Biden has it. And President Biden, understands this country. And he made the comment towards the end about his age and that, being a reason why he understands the United States of America. But President Biden always took it back to American values and what the country stands for. And you'll have, Donald Trump and all these MAGA people try to make misrepresentations and try to come up with their kind of attack lines on the speech. But people got to see that uninterrupted. Millions and millions and millions of Americans, people who probably for the first time in a while, like actually tuning into politics now, like for all intents and purposes, this was like the Super Bowl of the kind of the year for the presidency. And you can almost somebody made this comparison to me the other day who I was speaking with. They said, you know what, Brett, I'm not into like sports. I don't watch sports, but I know when the Super Bowl's on, and I watch the Super Bowl. And I think for politics, a lot of Americans are that way, right? They're not following every little beat. They're not following everything that's going on, every little thing. But what they are following is they see these big moments. They see the State of the Union. And that's why this moment was so pivotal. If you didn't hear audio in that last clip, sometimes there is a glitch in the live stream where we actually hear it on our end. So we don't know if you don't
want
hear
to
it.
try it. Why don't we try to do this again? Why don't we play it? And I'm just going to look at the comments now. Salty played the same exact clip. And let's just see if the glitch went away. If not, we'll have IT come in and fix it, whatever that even means. Ready? Let's play.
My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching.
That's a powerful.
Fortunately, we have a big IT staff working remote right now. We had about 15 people fix the no. We have our great engineer and producer, Salty, who you all know. Throw those salty emojis out for Salty.
Can I just say for one moment, on that
Jeremy
end,
people.
yeah, on that end, I want to take a sincere moment also here at the MeidasTouch Network to thank our incredible staff and to thank Salty, who is such I'm getting to Jeremy, who is an invaluable part of the team. Jeremy, who is such an invaluable part of the team. Our entire editorial staff. You interrupted me after the first name. It's ridiculous. Come on, Ben.
Ben's the heckler. Ben's the heck. Get him out of here. Get him out.
Yes, you can't knock me. You can't knock me. I want to give a shout out to Hayden, who's been cutting our social media clips and is doing such an amazing job. Our entire editorial staff, spearheaded by Ron Filipkowski Asen, for posting all those clips on social media that you get to see and share with everybody. Go follow Asen, ACYN, on X and on Threads. Just a huge shout out to our entire squad, the Meidas machine that we've built here. And I'm just so grateful. And you helped us build this team. You know, I want to know that it's not possible also without the Meidas mighty community and all of you watching. And if you want to support our coverage like this, you could do it in a couple ways. There's a $sign button in the chat where you could contribute right here. You could become a member. You could do a super chat, and we'll see it above. It really helps us continue to hire new staff, to hire an IT team to truly build this out and have such a great team behind us here, who we could not do this without. And also, if you want to get some more exclusive content and really help us, you could go to patreon.com/MeidasTouch, become a member. We do monthly Zoom chats, Q&As with everybody, which are always so fun. We post exclusive podcast after shows there, exclusive clips and messages. And depending on your tier, you could be a producer of the show and an honorary producer, get your name put at the end of the episodes and all sorts of things like that. So just thank you any way that you are able to support. That's awesome. And if you can't, guess what? Sharing these clips, sharing these videos is all you got to worry about. That is honestly the best show of support that you could do. Telling a friend, telling a family member to check it out.
Let's keep going through some of these clips from the State of the Union. Here is President Biden. And look, it looks like Speaker Johnson looks very uncomfortable here as President Biden is calling out his lies. Let's play this clip.
Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th. When insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you were here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong and democracy prevailed.
I mean, just think about it. As President Biden's talking about how democracy prevailed, you've got MAGA Mike just like sitting like this. You got MAGA Mike sitting like that. I mean, it was such a pathetic thing to watch, but it made the contrast so clear. And here, President Biden talks about how his predecessor and some of the other MAGA Republicans here want to bury the truth about January 6th. Play this clip.
My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
I like that the Republicans don't stand for that. Like they couldn't stand and clap. Like that's how pathetic they are.
And by the way, Ben, I believe, I honestly do believe that, and I'm certainly not saying all of them, but I believe in their heart of hearts that a lot of those Republican members too agreed with most of what President Biden was saying.
You think like it hurt. They were like, oh
yeah, You know,
Or as
there.
Donald Trump would go, mommy, mommy.
Oh,
Donald
no.
Trump would say,
I think that it's a mommy free show. It's a mommy free show. This mommy free show brought to you by Fast Growing. You have you know, I guarantee you there are a lot of Republicans standing there with a pit in their stomach, just feeling like crap, you know, like sellouts, and they'll never admit it. And I'm sure there are some true believers out there, but that was a speech for, like Biden said, it was for all Americans. There were, like, to me, there was nothing, you know, I think he was reaching everybody there, you know, and it was kind of a passionate, middle of the road speech that resonates with the core values of our country, but was radically pro-democracy, you know, passionately pro-democracy. And oh no, Ben. I see Ben's notes in the chat, and he's always up to something.
I want to show some other clips though from the speech right here. This is from President Biden. We're getting there, Brett. We're getting there. But
oh no.
Here President Biden talks about how these Republicans are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. Let's play that clip if we've got it.
Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
And to provide some context to that, those remarks there, President Biden was quoting a line in Justice Alito's majority opinion in the Dobbs decision, where one of their justifications for taking away the rights of women was to say that women are not without political or electoral power. So disgraceful. And so that moment right there where, once again, President Biden using their own words against them and saying, that's right, you have no idea what you've unleashed. And the women of America are going to show you just how right you were about that part right there.
So on the one hand, you have President Biden's approach right there. On the other hand, here's what Donald Trump's talking about at his speeches. Here, play the clip.
And they're proud, they're clapping, they're going crazy. I can't do it, Mom, I can't. Mom, you can do it, baby. I love you so much. And it's bad news, bad things are happening. Mom, I'm sorry. Mom, I didn't do it.
Speechless.
Man, I mean, what can you even say when you put them side by side like that, right?
Ben had to do that, but I see the point that you're making.
I like the comments. Bad Ben, don't play the clip. I get so many emails that are mad when I can't hide the truth from you.
It's such an uncomfortable clip.
You can't handle the
all
truth.
around. Then just
wait, can I read the comments? God, stop playing that. We hate you now, Ben. WTF was he doing? LOL. Can you not?
That's what he's doing. I can't hide that from the people.
I know you can't. I know, but it's just so uncomfortable.
What the hell is
I had somebody somehow, and please don't do this. Someone called me and left a message on my, like, they sought me out and they said, look, please, I've seen you playing that clip a lot. And they left a message on my phone and they said, please, first off, how do you get my number? 2, they said, please never play that clip ever again. And well, I played it that one time. I hate the clip. Anyway, okay, well, let's go back. You get it. Okay, here's President Biden though, and President Biden's talking about protecting IVF and Republicans don't stand when Biden is calling for Congress to protect IVF. Here, play this clip.
History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to IVF. Guarantee it nationwide.
Powerful, powerful stuff.
I remember, because it wasn't long ago, when Democrats, when channels like us were warning that there was this slippery slope, that as horrific as the Dobbs decision was, that was just the beginning, and they were going to use that as their mechanism to roll back all these other essential treatments that people rely upon, families rely upon. And, at the time we were warning about the threats to IVF, and we continue to warn about things like contraception, and you better be sure that that's what Republicans are coming for here. It's not hyperbolic, and Republicans got caught over the past few weeks. They got caught trying to end IVF by declaring that frozen embryos are human beings, which leads it to believe if there's any mistakes during an IVF treatment, if anything happens, if in transport a frozen embryo breaks, if the risk factor is so high that it becomes not even worth it for hospitals, for doctors to even perform these procedures, because they could essentially be charged with murder, essentially, for this. And if you're pro-life, I don't understand how you could be against IVF here. And I like that President Biden directly addressed the Supreme Court, who are at this moment in time have to be, I don't know who's more unpopular, Congress or the Supreme Court, but I'm sure they're neck and neck. But Americans certainly have their strong feelings, and rightfully so, about the current state.
It's a good point, Brett, though, but it's because you have the arsonists trying to destroy the institutions that they purport to represent. That's the MAGA Republican way. They put people in the positions to literally destroy those positions. So people won't believe in government. And so people feel hopeless, because when people feel hopeless, you can give people peanuts and they will feel happy for it. Please, let me just, that's what MAGA Republicans want to do. Have Donald Trump throw toilet paper at you and you feel grateful for that. That's what takes place in authoritarian relationships. And that's why Donald Trump loves people, though, like
I think we lost Ben there for a second, Brett. But what I wanted to say, too, is this attack by the Republican Party is frankly an attack on women, quite frankly, right? It's an attack on reproductive rights. It's an attack on basic medicine and humanity. And moreover, it's truly just a full-on attack on women across this nation. And it's just unbelievable to me that you have this entire political party, this whole ecosystem of politics that feels so strongly that they want to take away IVF from women, right? I thought they're supposed to be pro-life, but then they don't want people to actually have the abilities to grow their families. And in the instance with Kay Cox, her life was literally at stake. And they refused to allow her to get the life-saving care that she needed, so much so that she had to flee the friggin' state. It's unbelievably disgusting that this entire political party that is the Republican Party right now, these MAGA Republicans, feel so strongly and so anti-women and are frankly so anti-life. It's everything that they purport to be, Ben. You're right. They're this pro-life party. Not when it comes to feeding kids around this country. Once you're a kid, they absolutely don't. You're on your own at that point. They're not pro-life. They're a pro-forced birth, weirdo fascist party. And it's time that people stand up and say, hey, we don't want that. We don't need that party in our nation because it's unbelievably despicable that they continue to attack women. Unfreaking real.
Well, and one of the things that
Well
President
said,
Biden
Jordy.
was talking about was, though, having faith in these institutions, though, and bringing people together and having government actually work for people and bring people together. And he goes, I'm not the president for Democrats or Republicans. I'm the president for Americans, for the United States of America. That's who I represent. I mean, that's some of the most powerful stuff right there that I think President Biden says. I want to remind everybody that this stream tonight was brought to you by Fast Growing Trees. Get ready for spring. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on select plants and get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. Once again, go to fastgrowingtrees.com to get up to half off on select plants and then get that additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. I really appreciate our pro-democracy sponsors, and tonight Fast Growing Trees sponsored this entire live stream. And Brett, you and I talk about Fast Growing Trees a lot. I got my lemon tree from Fast Growing Tree because I saw your lemon tree. So how'd that lemon tree grow so fast? You said Fast Growing Tree.
Fast Growing Trees. Every time Ben walks into every time Ben walks into my house, I go, you check out the lemon tree. You see what's happening over there? It's pretty cool. I make him turn around and check it out just in case.
And here's the thing too, I love growing with our sponsors. Fast Growing Trees was like a sponsor from day one of the MeidasTouch podcast. So for them to now come back and sponsor a stream where we're a top 5 stream in the entire
Fast
country.
Growing Trees, Fast Growing Midas,
Fast Growing Streams.
Fast Growing Streams.
But here's the thing, the link's right here in the description of the YouTube. And if you're listening to all this on audio, it's right there as well. So click it, use that code Meidas. It's an excellent deal. We work it out for you guys specifically. They're a great partner. So check them out. They get some wonderful stuff.
It should also be noted that Donald Trump's unable to post a bond so far. Can I just mention that? Donald Trump owes $83.3 million, and the federal judge, Lewis Kaplan, denied Donald Trump's attempt to stay the enforcement of the bond. And then Donald Trump and Alina Habba claim he's got all the money in the world. He's got all of this money. But by the way, just when we talk about that, it's just chaos. Remember every day when you'd wake up and he would have the all capital letter posts and, and Kofefi, and he would just say the things that were just so humiliating and embarrassing to our country. And yes, he's so utterly dangerous, but he's also so utterly unhinged, and the whole thing is just weird, unqualified, mean people also, like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Jim Jordan. Like, they have people who didn't pass the bar exam lead the Judiciary Committee. You got people like James Comer lead the Oversight Committee. You got all these people with these horrible checkered pasts, who are making life and death decisions for us. It's just enough of that. What I saw tonight was dignity, right? What I saw tonight was dignified. What I saw tonight was soothingly normal. It was like, yes, okay, this is normal. These are the things that we should be talking about. Now, maybe somebody thinks, hey, your tax credit over here or your plan here, we think that it should be this or it should be that. And then we have a normal debate about it. But honestly, where you have MAGAs supporting a literal cult with Donald Trump who goes, mommy, like, stop normalizing that, media. Yeah. Just stop. That's not normal behavior. What we saw tonight was not only normal with President Biden's State of the Union speech, but it represented our highest principles, I think, in the United States of America. Real support of our Constitution, real patriotism on display. And it was just such an honor that we got to spend this time with all of you, the Meidas Mighty. President Biden's probably still shaking hands right now in the Capitol building. I love it. If I had to guess.
The good thing is I get to see if the motorcade comes by. If he's leaving the White House at all, I get to see all the action because
there you go.
Or
First on the ground.
Because I'm here. I'm here, folks, in Washington, D.C.
I want to thank fastgrowingtrees.com one more time. Fast Growing Trees. Go to fastgrowingtrees.com and get up to half off on select plants. Get an additional 15% off when using the code Meidas at checkout. I want to thank all the Meidas Mighty out there. Thank you for making this one of the top streams. We had some incredible guests. I want to thank the second gentleman of the United States, Douglas Mhof, for joining. Anthony Scaramucci, DNC Chair Jamie Harrison, Congressmember Eric Swalwell, Anita Dunn, Senior Advisor to the White House. We had
You just reflect on that.
What a
that
stream.
that
What a stream.
superstar list right here, and it's all because of you, the Meidas Mighty. Thank you for all the support. We genuinely could not do it without you. And this is not a movement, like this is not a community about us in any way. This is a community about you. This is a community about all of us as not even just Americans, but a global pro-democracy community. I don't think there are better guests on any show, period. End of story. Name the network, name it. I don't think there were. And that's all because of you. And it's a true honor to be able to be with you all the time, but especially on historic nights like this. And such an honor for us all to experience this moment in history together. I think we'll be looking back on this day for many months coming up, leading up to the election, and many years in the future as a defining moment, as an inflection point on where do we want America to go. We have two paths in front of us, right? A path of darkness and a path of light, a path of cynicism and a path of hope, a path of destruction and a path of building a better United States of America. And I know what path I want to be on, and I think I know what path all the Meidas Mighty want to be on as well. And we're happy to take that journey with you all. Thank you.
Everybody know about our newsletter, MeidasTouch.com/newsletter. Sign up. It's free. You get daily emails from us and from our great editorial team, MeidasTouch.com/newsletters. Make sure you sign up for free. Check out Patreon.com/MeidasTouch, Patreon.com/MeidasTouch as well. And check out store.MeidasTouch.com for all of our pro-democracy gear. 100% union made, 100% made in the U.S. Meidas Mighty, thank you all so much. It's really been an honor spending the last 9 hours or so with you. We've been streaming. We've been doing a lot of shows today. But thank you so much. It's really been a privilege and an honor, and it is every day. Every day when I think about the Meidas Mighty, I know how hard you're all working out there, spreading the word about this network, spreading the word about democracy, and we're just so grateful for you. So thank you so much. Jordy, take it away.
Shout out to the Meidas Mighty! Love this video? Make sure you stay up to date on the latest breaking news and all things Meidas by signing up to the MeidasTouch newsletter at MeidasTouch.com/newsletter.